a seat up there, right?
She just wants to put Sessions on the desktop. She wants on the desktop. You're gonna save yours on the desktop too? You're gonna put Sessions on and they gotta go. Well, we got it. Okay, I need to put Sessions on. You have to log in and get yours too. Scholarships, what is it? Include. Yes. Let me just put this PowerPoint on the desktop, down here on the bottom. Yeah, save that on the desktop. Okay.
Just leave it, 'cause, I mean, it's in Google Chrome. There we go. Yeah, that works. Accept cookies. I know, I'm like, there's too many. It should be that one. Yes. Do the first one anyways.
This regular meeting of the Judson Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:02 p.m. I am very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen to reports from the superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operations of the district. This is the responsibility of the superintendent. In compliance with the state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public, not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflects these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend to each of you a sincere welcome from the entire school board. Thank you for your interest in Judson ISD. We have established a quorum and we will take roll. We have 6 board members here, and to my left is our interim superintendent, Dr. Fields.
Good evening.
We will now, are we going to go with the invocation and the pledge?
Yes, we will.
Okay. All
I
right.
will do that. Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Could we all please rise? Bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come together for the students, community, the faculty, and staff of Judson Independent School District. As we move forward this evening, we ask that you continue to bless the board members who work tirelessly for the families and students that they represent. As we prepare for the holiday season, we pray for rest and refreshment during our time with family and friends. We pray a hedge of protection around the students and community and staff until we come back together again. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
If you would please stay standing for the presentation of the United States colors, led by the Judson High School JROTC Color Guard, under the direction of Master Sergeant Pope. Tonight's color guard is commanded by Cadet Senior Airman Chris Sanchez, carrying the U.S. flag. Guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet First Lieutenant Aiden Hickey. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Major Jaden Allen. Guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Colonel Selma Aguilar. Our pledge leader this evening is Rachel Muntian, 4th grade student from Converse Elementary. Rachel has attended Converse Elementary since kindergarten, and Cougar Pride runs deep. Rachel is on the A honor roll and has perfect attendance. She is a member of the Culinary Cooking Club and the Science STEM Club at school. She has also been a member of the Converse Archery team. She loves cooking and drawing and has aspirations of becoming a graphic designer someday. Thank you for leading the pledges.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now join me in the Texas Pledge. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. And if we could give our pledge leader, Rachel, a big round of applause. And if you want to come up, Miss Rachel, Dr. Fields and the board has a certificate of appreciation for you. And I know she is joined tonight by her father, her brother. Also, her assistant principal and principal are here from Converse Elementary as well. Thank you so much, Rachel. We're very proud of you. Thank you so much. And if we could get our Judson High School JROTC color guard back in for a quick photo, we'd also like to recognize the hard work that you all did as well this evening. They're coming. Ladies and gentlemen, Judson High School. Fantastic job. Thank you. We will continue with a few special recognitions that we have this evening. Our first is recognizing excellence in leadership with two of our elementary counselors who received CREST Awards this year. I would like to introduce Amy Haras, counselor at Olympia Elementary, and Maria Harris, counselor at Masters Elementary. CREST stands for Counselors Reinforcing Excellence for Students in Texas, and it is sponsored by the Texas School Counselors Association. The CREST Award recognizes exemplary counseling programs in Texas. The award indicates campus and counselor leadership and advocacy for serving students and the school community. This award provides exceptional validation for the leadership and advocacy these two counselors show for the Judson ISD students and community. They provide students with the classroom guidance, college and career readiness, and social emotional skills needed to not only be academically successful, but also be well prepared for life. All CREST winners will be recognized during the annual TSCA conference, which will be held in February, and we are very proud to have these two represent Judson ISD for all the work they do for our students and community. Congratulations. Oh, and I'm just hearing Ms. Hadas has won this award 3 times. That is incredible. Excellence in leadership. Thank you for all you do for our students. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And now we have 2 special students from Wagner High School. I would like to introduce Jacob De La Cruz and Faustin Puno. These 2 students are San Antonio Rodeo Art Contest winners, and I'm going to show their artwork up here in just a few minutes. But I want to talk a little bit about this contest. The San Antonio Rodeo Western Art Competition is held annually in early December. The organization believes that Western art is representational of the heritage, lifestyle, and landscapes of the American West, both historical and present day. This contest encourages an appreciation of our Western heritage and is open to eligible high school students in over 183 school districts. This year, 2 of our very own students from Wagner High School each won a $10,000 college scholarship at this competition for their artwork. Jacob De La Cruz won in his class for graphite drawing, and you can see behind here on the screen. It's titled 8 Seconds. It is incredible and breathtaking, and I have goosebumps just looking at it. And Faustin in digital art, Glory Within a Rope's Reach. Incredible, incredible. Jacob has his sights set on attending UTSA, and Faustin plans on attending UT Austin this coming fall. Mrs. Irma Rubio, their teacher, is here. We also want to acknowledge her mentorship to our students, and also their families who are here, sitting very proud in the crowd. Show us a little wave. And just a huge congratulations. This is incredible, incredible work. Thank you, gentlemen. Brianna, can you get another one with this one in the background?
All right.
Thank you so much. This concludes our recognitions.
So we'll note that Mr. Macias just arrived at 6:15 p.m. And we'll go on to the next item on our agenda is acknowledgement of visitors and citizens to be heard. This is a time for citizens, staff, or students to provide their comments to the board. A meeting that is open to the public under the Act is one that the public is entitled to attend. However, the Act does not give the public a right to speak at such public meetings except to address their grievances through the proper channels. As a courtesy to the public, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees allows time for public comment. Statements and questions from the audience will not be permitted during other portions of the meeting, so please sign up for public audience if you have comments to present. To have your comments heard tonight, your name and the topic of your comments must be written on the sign-in sheet prior to the start of the meeting, which is located in the rear of the meeting room. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes to complete his or her comments. As the presiding officer, I will strictly enforce that time limit. Also, profanity, yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In accordance with Judson ISD Board Policy, BED Local, in the event your comment, in my judgment as the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it will be necessary for me to interrupt you, ask you to stop, and direct you to seek resolution of your complaint through the district's appropriate formal grievance policy, DGBA for employee complaints, FNG for student or parent complaints, or GF for public complaints. By law, the Judson Independent School District Board of Trustees cannot lawfully discuss, deliberate, or make comments or make a decision on any matter raised in public comment period which is not specifically listed in the board agenda for this meeting. With those cautions in mind, we will now be glad to hear the comments. The first is Heather Smith speaking about ELOF lockdown.
Okay, all right, sorry, I'm not good at public speaking. I'm just very concerned the amount of lockdowns that we've been having currently. I have 2 children currently at ELOF. It was very upsetting. I just would like for the board, the school, whoever, to be more forthcoming with the parents about what actually happens and that our children are actually safe. Because when my husband did approach one of the administrators, he got a lot of attitude back, which was very upsetting, where he actually wanted to pull our children out of school. And we had to contact the Judson Police Department to actually find out what happened and that our kids were truly safe. But we don't get a lot of information with these lockdowns of what actually really happens and if our children might have been in harm. We entrust you to keep our kids safe, but we also need to have communication with y'all to know that things are not as bad as we're imagining. And that's pretty much it. We just like to know more about what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next person we have is Yvette Davila speaking about Judson Middle School teachers.
Again, I'm also not a very good speaker. I'm here because I'm a grandmother to my granddaughter. I'm very active in the school since my granddaughter was at Millers Point. The teachers at Judson, I've been there almost every day since she's been in 6th grade. You've got some of your teachers that are very, very nice and polite, and then you've got some of your teachers that are very rude, even with your parents, that talk to them very ugly. I've run into some of them, and that's not right. I was raised that respect is given to earn respect. And if we talk to our kids that way, the way you talk to your grandparents or to your parents, that's not the way to talk to them. Then you've got teachers that tell you, and it's been told to me, that they can't contact the parents to talk to the children's parents because y'all were hacked last year. So emails can't be sent out to parents. So they can't get this information to the parents. What's going on, Judson? How are parents supposed to get in touch with you, and you're supposed to get in touch with these parents when something's going on at the school if you've been hacked and you can't get in touch with them? Then when we go up there to go talk to y'all, we're being ignored. It's the same thing with being with the bullies, that the kids are being bullied at school. We go up there and we're being ignored. If something's not being done, you're allowing this to continue to happen at the school. The lockdowns are going to continue. And it's going to be y'all's fault because y'all not doing nothing. And then you're going to have the parents that are going to be up there like it was at Kitty Hawk that are acting fools. I'm not being mean to anybody. I'm not trying to be mean, but we need to fix this. You also got teachers that are emailing parents and telling them your kids have to turn in their grades before Friday, that are fixing their calendars for them when the school board has fixed the calendars that are supposed to be end on the 6th of January and saying, no, your child needs to turn in their work by Friday, this Friday, and the school board calendar ends on the 6th. And they said if they don't turn them in, then they get what they get on the grades, and that's not right. Who fixes the grade, the calendar board? Y'all do. Your teachers say, no, I've got over 200 students. I take care of over 1,000 patients a day, and I don't want to do it, but I have to do it, and I deal with it, and your teachers are complaining. And it's not all your teachers, but it's just some of your teachers. And as you can see, I'm frustrated already because she's a good student. She sings in the choir. She does everything she can. She's won awards and everything too. What are your teachers doing? All I hear is what she's doing, but your teachers are supposed to be perfect, and they don't do nothing. I'm fed up already. Y'all need to start doing something about your teachers at Judson, because I'm done with their rudeness, and some of them have said bad words to me, and I talked to Dr. Fields about it too, and nothing's being done. I'm going to go sit there until something gets done. And also, I've been a troop leader, a Girl Scout troop leader with Heather and her girls, and they know that I do everything for my girls, and I've been with Miller's Point doing that since Elizabeth was a Daisy. Come on, guys, we got to do something because this has got to stop.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, that is all of the citizens to be heard that we have. We'll next go to the consent agenda. So we have a very short consent agenda today, and I'll ask if there are any board members that have items that want to be pulled here. Yes, sir. Oh, Ms. Fischel, I'm sorry, I was.
I just have a couple of questions about item D.
D, so you want to pull D? Okay.
Yes, please.
Any others?
Yes, I'll be pulling the 50,000 plus.
That's C.
Yes.
Okay. Any others? Okay. So first we'll vote on the ones that have not been pulled if there's a motion.
I motion that we
Oh.
consider all of the consent items A, B, C.
Okay. A, B, C, and E.
E.
Yes. And is there a second?
It's A, B, and E.
Or sorry, A, B, and E. Sorry, A, B, and E. Maybe somebody can make the motion again, just so we have it clear. Ms. Fischel, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, and so we're going to vote on A, B, and E, but did you want to make that motion again?
I move that we accept A, B, and E.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead, and before we vote, I think we need to mark Mr. Macias present. Is that, I think you can do it already, I think if you. Yes. Okay, there we go. So we'll proceed to vote. All right. All right, those items pass unanimously. So we'll go on to item C, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000. You pulled this one, Mr. Macias.
I just wanted to acknowledge, I think this particular item, Dr. Fields, has the first acquisition of buses on it for
Yes, sir.
2 million or so. I guess for community's sake, I think, has a timeline changed in terms of when we can expect to see those buses?
I can tell you that typically it takes about 180 days to get the buses in. That's why we're moving quickly on getting them on the, order.
It's not easy. I thought it was up to almost 9 months or a year that we were being told, but
We're praying for 6 months, maybe a little bit more, but we're projecting now that if we order them, they'll be here before the start of the next school year.
okay. Well, very well. I just wanted that on record because
Yes.
I know it's not as quick as ordering them and getting them tomorrow.
Understood.
Thank you.
Are there any other? Is there any other questions or discussion around item C? Is there a motion?
I move that we consider take action regarding approval of expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Pichelle?
Oh.
Okay, that item passes unanimously. We'll move on to item D, consider and take action regarding approving local policy, CO Local Food and Nutrition Management, and COA Local Food and Nutrition Management Procurement. Ms. Pichelle, you had pulled this one.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Dr. Fields, I have a question. As I read the proposed revisions,
Yes, ma'am.
under food donation, it says that the superintendent shall be authorized to develop regulations for the district to donate or otherwise dispose of leftover food. And my question is there any type of sharing table, or is there anything that our campuses are doing with the non-perishable food items, that are wrapped like,
Yes, ma'am. I know what
will
you're
you
talking about,
please-
like
okay, so would
Pop-Tarts
you
and
please
things
tell me
like
if
that.
there's any kind of system?
So at the elementary schools, the students are allowed to come in, and whatever they choose not to eat, they have share tables that they can put up there.
So
and
there
other
still is
students-
that?
Yes, ma'am. We had moved away from it for a little while during coming back from COVID, but we're moving back towards that.
Thank you, that's all. I move that we approve item D.
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. We'll go ahead and proceed to vote. You have to push yes. There we go. All right. So we'll move on to item 5, discussion consideration of action items. Item A, discussion and possible action regarding approving the district improvement plan. Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am. That'll be, Ms. Davis will come to the podium and speak to us about the improvement plan, the district improvement plan.
And while she's getting that set up, I'll just name for the board, typically we have a presentation according to our monitoring calendar about the constraints. We had expected the TAPER report to be released by now, but it has not. So to stay in the vein of maintaining our focus on student outcomes, this seemed to be the most relevant thing to be able to pull. You had access to the full plan, but I asked Ms. Davis if she would be able to present just some highlights for us to discuss in the meeting.
And it will be a very short highlight.
Okay,
Good evening,
great.
Madam President and board members and Dr. Fields. Today, I would like to just share with you a brief overview of our district improvement plan and its formative review. The district improvement plan is a guiding document for our central office staff members that is based on the writing of the campus improvement plans. After the campus improvement plans are reviewed, every central office department is able to take a look at their needs assessment and is able to decide which strategies would be important to implement in this particular year. So in essence, the district improvement plan is that guiding document that central office departments use to identify strategies that would be important to implement in the year based on the data from STAR and based on the data from the campus needs assessment. It's a document to note the progress that they're doing in specific strategies, and a document to hold themselves accountable. So There's our formative reviews that are conducted in November, in February, and in May to see what progress has been made, whether we need to close out that strategy and implement a new one, or whether we can continue that strategy in further years. That being said, there are 5 goals that we have, and these 5 goals align with our strategic plan that is developed every 5 years. You will notice, and you may have noticed in your review, that the district improvement plan has most of the strategies written in goal number 1. And that is because goal number 1 is really the essence of the 4 goals and the constraints that the board has implemented this year. And that's why you will see most of the strategies in there. And so for goal 1, it is effective instruction. And the goal states that Judson ISD students will meet or exceed grade level expectations and will be college, career, or military ready. This is in perfect alignment with the 4 goals of STAR student achievement, as well as the CCMR goal number 4. And so the strategies that you see listed here have focused on academic growth, writing focus and comprehension, the implementation of high-quality instructional materials across our district, the professional development that it takes so that our teachers can be prepared for STAR 2.0 redesign, the curriculum content integration of science and social studies, how we support our linguistically gifted or emergent bilingual students, RTI behavioral and academic supports, restorative practices, specifically designed instruction for students who receive special ed services, our innovative programs, and the implementation of the effective school network. That being said, these strategies that are implemented or that are written within our district improvement plan aren't your typical strategies. In fact, they should be the atypical strategies from the norm of that department. If it is something that we should constantly be doing every year, it's not something to document. But if it's something that we're doing to achieve a particular goal, then we document those strategies and their progress. And you can see that for most of the strategies, around November, which is where the first formative assessment is done, we have about a 30 to 40%. Depending on the strategy and depending on the timeline of the strategy, it could be up to a 50% formative progress check. For goal number 2, our Judson ISD students and staff will feel involved, connected, supported, safe, and valued. We have strategies that focus around the implementation of a new baseline survey, which was one aligned to one of our constraints, the Latino Family Literacy Project, parent engagement activities, a new special education advisory committee, and the implementation of class catalysts and mindful practices, behavioral check-ins, as well as our social emotional learning curriculum. For goal 3, our Judson families and community members will be involved in Judson ISD. So we have strategies that focus on cybersecurity, online safety, health masters, support for at-risk and economically disadvantaged identification and monitoring, safe and supportive teams and training, and the reimbursement of costs for ESL to increase our number of ESL teachers and certifications. For goal number 4, Judson ISD will grow leaders and sustain the growth of outstanding leaders over time. Within this goal, we have had our launch of the LOTC program at all 5 middle schools, the academic leaders training, which also includes the training for our instructional coaches, principals, and a collaboration with Holtzworth so that we can build a leadership pipeline here in Judson ISD and have that ready bench of leaders. And we also have the special education certification prep training. And finally, goal number 5 that aligns with our strategic plan states that Judson ISD will strive to consistently model kindness and empathy when interacting with our students, families, and community. And a couple of our goals and strategies have focused on customer service during principal, assistant principals, academic leaders meetings, director and secretary meetings. And when we conduct our meetings, we ensure that they focus within our leadership key attributes, our Holtzworth key that was developed when members of central office staff attended the Holtzworth training, the district leadership program. All of these strategies that you see here fall under different departments of central office. If there are any particular questions, I may defer to the senior staff member who is in charge of that particular strategy. Yes, Ms. Eaton.
Thank you, ma'am, for that presentation. That was phenomenal. I have a question about the first strategy when it comes to our SPED students. Do we have any idea, or have they shown us any information about how the STAR test is going to change for our SPED students?
Yes. Oh, thank you. Dr. Duhar-Toppin is over that particular strategy, and I will defer for her to answer that.
Okay, well, we can go to somebody else until
Okay.
she gets it.
While we wait for her, one question I had was, what have been some of the biggest challenges in implementing the strategies towards these goals or in meeting the goals? I know we've gone deep on some of them, but.
It depends on which strategy. Is there a specific strategy that you are referring to?
I think like or maybe like what do you, looking ahead, what are the biggest challenges you see this year being?
I think one of the biggest challenges that we see is, of course, the implementation of a new STAR exam, a new redesign that is very, very different from
Yeah.
what we have seen before. So the item types are new. In fact, that probably aligns with what Dr. Toppin is going to share. And so we do expect not the same kind of progress that we made in the past. When we had COVID implementation, and when students came back, most of them were online. And so what happened is we saw a dip of about 20 to 30 percentage points. One of the things that Judson does very well in is student progress. So what you saw this last STAR score was a huge jump. And so we met pre-COVID standards. So that being said, we probably will not see that kind of progress. And Judson received our accountability score, and most of our campuses received their highest ability score because the state takes higher of student achievement or growth. And we consistently perform better in growth. And so one of the challenges that we can expect this year is that we will not be seeing that same kind of growth. Dr. Duhart.
Thank you.
Ms. Eaton asked about how we're preparing for special ed students.
Okay. Okay. One of the things that we're doing for special ed, because that is a population that we have to watch really closely, and the fact that they're in the curriculum and instruction department means that they're included in all of our meetings when we're talking about curriculum and instruction and what we're doing with teaching. One of the things that we've had to do this year is really look at how we're writing our goals for special ed and making sure that we're addressing specifically the standard that the student is struggling with. So if you have a student that is has a learning disability, like in reading comprehension, there are certain standards in the TEKS that they must really hone in on, and we're looking at what instructional support or supplemental aids that we can provide to the students in the classroom that they will be able to utilize during STAR testing. But the students have to be able to use that particular supplemental aid every day in order for us to be able to provide that supplemental aid during STAR testing. So supplemental aid could be something as simple as a graphic organizer. So one of the things that we've been really concerned about is the constructed response, which is new this year for STAR, and it's from grades 3 up through high school. So now we're going to have third graders writing short constructed response in science and in social studies, and not in social studies, science, and in math and reading. Math and reading for third grade. I was just talking about fifth grade right now. Math and reading. And so one of the things that we've had to do is what can we provide to our special ed students as a supplemental aid that when they see that type of question on the test, how to construct their answers. So we can't provide them with like a cheat sheet, but we can give them a blank graphic organizer that is aligned to that particular type of response. And so one of the things that we're doing now is that in addition to having the meetings with the curriculum staff, my special ed counterparts that are in that, they are also meeting with my curriculum team on a consistent basis. So when we talk about we are looking at this in our SPED data, then we're looking at the instructional piece also and combining those two departments together in order to address the concerns that we're seeing in the SPED population. And one of the things we're really looking at is growth, because as a parent of a special ed student myself, my son is autistic. and he graduated 2 years ago, but it's an ongoing struggle even right now when we're trying to get him ready to go to college, is the fact that the way they learn is sometimes very different from other students. And so you have to be able to run the gamut of the different ways you can present the content to them so they can assess it, so they can be successful. And a lot of times the conversation is not if we're going to pass the STAR test, but how much growth can we get out of this year? Because with my son, as hard as we worked and as many tutors that I hired, he was unable to pass the STAR test in reading because he was dyslexic. And so that was one of the struggles that he had. And so one of the things we looked at and we talked about when the scores came in, okay, last year you were at this percentage, this year you're at this percentage, and talk about the growth. So when we're making our goals for our SPED students, we're talking about what is the projected growth for that child and how can we get that child there. So if there's an area in the standards where you only missed this particular mastering of the standard, you only missed it by 3 questions. So the goal is going to be, we're going to try to get 3 more questions right so we can show mastery in this, so we can have an overall growth in your scale score.
So what we're focusing on is growth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Because some of our special ed students, it's a struggle. It really is. And we work with all kids, the STAR Alt kids, the students that are in our resource and our life skills class, they will all take STAR in some format. And so we really have to look at where are their areas of need and what can we do to support them in order for them to grow. And I know that as a principal, if I had a special ed student that never passed STAR and finally did, it was a celebration,
Amen.
a huge one.
Now, I'm sorry. Are you finished, Ms. Bashaw? Excuse me. I heard a couple of things, but my concern is being that, especially with our SPED students, that we have the different ability levels, but the test only comes in one level, right?
No, it comes in different levels.
Okay.
So our kiddos that
I
are-
guess my question it was to ask you that. Does it come in different levels for them?
with certain students that are in some of our classes, like our life skills classes, or students that are in there, they take the STAR Alt, which is a different version of the test that is made. They might have more visuals in it, less words and whatnot, but it's a very special group of students that fall into that pot. Everybody else is going to be on level.
Okay. I've been looking at the TEATS lessons that, because I have a third grader. I guess I have the gamut. I have pre-K 4, first, kindergarten, first grade, and then third grade. And some of the things that are coming home with the third grader, I had to go sit in the class with Ms. Gaggio because I was like, okay, and I'm a teacher. And I had to sit there and try and figure that out. But I like the way you guys have them figuring out those problems, so that they've tied together the comprehension, the reading, the comprehension, and then they have to work in the math problem and break it down into 4 portions.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Now that I understand it, I love it. Okay, so thank you very much. That is excellent, excellent.
And I apologize for not being in the room. I was trying to get that parent and try to meet her concerns.
To pull the bladder disappearance too.
Yeah.
We're glad that you were doing what you were doing.
Thank you.
Is any other question? Mr. Macias?
Ms. Davis, we're approving the 2021, 2022 DIP plan, or is it
No, sir, the DIP plan for this school year.
for this year? So it would be 22,
22.
23. The agenda item has 21, 22 on it. So I'm looking for some clarity, just making sure.
My sincere apologies. It should
Okay, I mean, it
say
says it in the
20.
recommendation that, so I just wanted to know, okay, so this is for this current school year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? I had one more question. What So I know that like a district improvement plan is actually a living document, right? That it
Correct.
it gets revised each year. What are the specific revisions that took place this year? You don't have to go deep dive on, I'm sure there were a ton of them, but like were there any major revisions from last year to this year?
The Office of Innovation, because it is new and it was just launched in January, a lot of those strategies that you see there are new.
Great.
Specific to the board innovation designations. In addition, we have specific revisions in curriculum instruction that align with STAR 2.0.
Okay.
So those are two of the major ones. Of course, there's also the implementation of our technology and the innovative technology
Yep.
that goes along with it. So those are some of the changes in alignment with our board goals and constraints, as well as those with the improvement of student achievement.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nope. Do we have a motion?
I move we accept item A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That item passes unanimously. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We will go on to item B, discussion and possible action regarding approval of design services for new elementary school number 21, bond 2023.
Yes, ma'am. We wanted to have Ms. Keaton come up and speak about the request for approval for design services on the new elementary school in the north end, as well as the district-wide fencing projects that we're trying to put out. So, Ms. Keaton?
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Good evening, Madam President and Board. So the first item is the request for qualifications for architectural services. I don't know if anyone has any, for the elementary school, excuse me, if anyone has any questions regarding the information that was in the packet. Yes, ma'am.
This information wasn't in the packet, but my question is there any room in the design for sustainability when it comes to the outside design of the landscape? Is there any room, or has any discussion been made about xeriscaping the new elementary school? And also, has there been any discussion, or is there any room in the design for solar to be on the roof of the elementary school? And the only reason why I'm saying all of this is because I'm thinking, I know that there's a cost attached, but I was also thinking about, in the long run, just like in your home, that you would have benefits if you use solar power, and if you have a yard that you're xeriscaping and using less water, or water-resistant plants. So has there been any discussion at all about anything like that?
So just for clarity on this particular board agenda item. So on the middle school, the board approved design, so we're well down the road and it'll be bidding. On this particular board item, Ms. Bashal, we are just requesting approval to hire an architect to begin that design process. So those questions will be addressed during design, but we haven't started the process yet, and that's what we're asking for board approval for tonight.
Are there other questions? Oh, I should use the request to speak button, shouldn't I? There we go. Mr. Macias.
I had a call to Dr. Fields and Helen earlier today regarding a question. So I'll start with just some context. There's a legal policy that kind of outlines some parameters to what we need to do and in terms of specifications for facilities and stuff. And even this, in my opinion, would count as we start that process. But I left that call with Helen saying, let me look into it and get some information back. So I'll let you start there, Helen, from that question regarding the legal policy on how to proceed.
Yes, sir. So his question is on legal policy CS. And the state, as of November 1, 2021, had some criteria that they wanted school districts to start following. And what it talks about is long-range planning. It talks about master planning. It talks about design guidelines and all those sorts of things. And I know several of you will remember, we've discussed those in the board meetings before, but also as we went through all of our growth and planning meetings. So I went back to a couple other school districts because I wanted to ask, do we have to have this day 1, day 2, day 150? Like, what does the implementation look like? So I was able to get in touch with Bernie ISD, and I will say one thing as far as the long-range plan, because they have a different name for it than we do. We've been calling it facility needs assessment. So of course, the board gave us approval for facility needs. And when you go to CS Legal and you look at the items in their age and condition of all buildings, history of capital improvement projects, the assessments that we have been doing, that brings us into compliance with that. Now, we're not 100% complete reconciling all the data, but we have the data because we were given board approval to hire the architects to go out and do these assessments at every campus. When it's 100% tied up with a bow, it will comply with the long-range facility plan portion that's described here in CS Legal. The one thing that will be pending is the district educational specs. So I did reach out to Northside ISD and I reached out to Bernie. And I did talk to Mr. Acosta at Bernie, and he said the way that they are moving forward with that requirement is they're including that component in with the architectural contract. And the way he explained it is this. He said, look, every district needs design guidelines for an elementary, middle school, and high school. He said, but if you're not going to build a high school for 20 years, why would you pay an architect today to design a guideline? You've spent money that you're basically not going to use this guideline, because we all know education today, even 3 years or 5 years from now, is going to look completely different. So what they're doing is, if they're designing an elementary, they're doing the design guideline at that time for that campus. And so that's how they're complying with that portion of that.
Well, and my concern obviously was just that we're following.
Absolutely.
This is a state legal policy. So
Yes,
it's not
it
like
is.
it's local and we can, it's a
Yeah,
legal
no, it
policy.
is. It
And
is.
so if we're not in compliance with that, I mean, does that have an adverse effect in regards to this? And that's what I was
Right.
really wanting some
And
assurances.
he said no. He said, but the district does want to move forward and get these things in place. And, part of what we do in our growth and planning, we have a lot of these discussions. And maybe some of this is what we want to make a priority moving forward in our growth and planning meetings, because we do need the input of parents, teachers, district leaders, leaders in the community, et cetera, et cetera. It does ask us to reach out to those people. So we are going to have to loop them into the conversation. So I think it's an excellent time to do that.
Well, and
But-
the reason why this is important is because, I'll make a motion to table, because I do want legal to evaluate compliance. And so my hope was that we would have brought in legal to ensure that we are not overstepping or not appropriately moving forward. And I don't know if that happened this afternoon.
I can help with that. Yes.
Okay.
It did. We spoke with Mr. Resendez. He's even in
Yes.
the audience right now.
Okay.
He recommended that we continue to move forward.
You gave the thumbs up, Tony?
We're going to, for now, yeah, we're double checking just to make sure, but there's nothing that says we can't go forward and at the same time do that. Because you promised your bond voters that you were going to build this elementary school at the same time that we need to do the strategic plan. So we might be going forward with both.
As long as you're good with that, then I can accept that we've asked our legal counsel
We
for
did.
that. And obviously, I want to make sure that as a deliverable, that this bond is executed accurately and by law. And so I want no hiccups on this bond because we worked very hard to get it passed.
Yes.
And some volunteers out there that put their sweat out there, and
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
We were out there in the trenches. But as a result, that's just a concern. So the other part of it was, I also asked if we're going to approve this once you get a budget and you negotiate with the vendor based on the ranking. I think it's Alamo Architects. And
Yes.
so what I'd like is to know that we're going to see this again before we move forward and approve that ranking and the budget, because at this point, it's just an estimate.
Well, we've already done the ranking. I mean, the ranking
Well,
was
the ranking is not what,
included.
I'm looking for the actual cost. What I'm seeing here is I
Right.
don't see a budget, just an estimate.
Well, with architectural services, we cannot negotiate a fee. It is not a part of the consideration in the education code. So I can't, before I go and negotiate with ranking number one, if I can't come to terms with ranking number one, guess what? I go to rank person number 2, 3, 4.
All I'm
So,
asking, will you
yes.
bring this back for the board?
If you would like us to bring
That
it
would be
back
my
at that
preference.
point, we can.
Right now, I'm not clear if it's in our local or legal policy that would permit that, but I certainly want to make it very clear that that's my expectation, that we start to evaluate that so that the board can approve whatever has come out of these negotiations. My concern is this, that we're putting out here a cost of $62 million for this elementary school, which I shared earlier is much higher than even Bernie. Bernie built their new one, it was $38 million. So I'm hoping we don't have to spend $62 million on an elementary school and that we can negotiate. But if we've already put out there that we expect cost to be at $62 million, I'm thinking they're going to build a school up to $62 million, and that's not, we want to be more efficient with our tax dollars, our bond dollars in this case.
Again, as I explained earlier, and not everyone got to hear the conversation. So when I put in there 62 million, that is total cost. That is furniture, fixtures, equipment, technology equipment, every single thing. So when you're seeing a school built, construction cost of 30 million, that's construction cost. That is not total dollar amount for Bernie ISD for their elementary school. So I just want to make that clarification. So when we do architect fees, I have to base this budget I'm providing you, and I know you've never seen a budget, so it's more information that you haven't seen. I'm trying to be thorough. I'm trying to line out for you what are those, they're called soft costs. What are those soft costs that we're going to be spending for a survey or a topo or a geotechnical report, or I could go on. I'm trying to list those because they're upfront project costs that the district's responsible for. They may or may not be over $50,000. And technically, if they're not, I wouldn't have to bring them to the board, but I'm just trying to be informative and complete in that picture for you. And so, yes, once we go through negotiation with an architect and we come to an agreement, if we want to report back to the board, we can, but it would be a report, not an approvable item.
Can I
At
add
that
to that?
point.
Can I add to that? Mr. Macias, I think what we're asking for here is we have a proposal, an estimate of 5.6 million of what it would cost for the design. And what we're asking for is to go to that particular architecture firm that has been ranked and say, hey, we go back and forth and negotiate on what that's going to be. If we come in underneath that mark, then we're asking for permission to move forward. If we were to come in under that mark based on what you're asking, and I guess if the rest of the board agrees, is that then we come back and get approval for a then lesser number, but we're asking for approval for that number now.
Up to that number.
Up to that number. And if we were to go over that number, then we would come back to the board and say, we can't negotiate it for the price that we had intentionally put in here.
And I guess what I appreciate that, that's very
Yes.
helpful. And obviously, I don't want to lengthen a process, and I do appreciate, just for the record, your transparency. You have brought a lot of information, but there's still more that I would like to see in terms of an actual budget and really get a sense of what those soft costs would look like. But at this juncture, all we're trying to do is get the architect aboard.
Correct.
And what is probably most interesting to me is that architectural service fee and what they're going to charge based on what other area, what's in the area, what's competitive. So the reason why I'd like to see it again is because from an accountability standpoint, I want to just make sure we're all working towards the same, and we're informed, and that we're not just letting it just float out there. So I would feel better to know that. I can tell you, when we looked at the middle school and we had Pfluger come back, I have not found an item where the board approved. It was an informational activity, I think, that we had in September, unless it was found. Did we found?
Yes, we did.
When was that? Because I asked that question too. Tell me when we did that.
We did it in June, and actually, you made the motion.
But we didn't identify a vendor at that time. I know we made the one in June.
Pfluger gave a presentation at that board meeting, sir.
So
They
we
were
identified
here.
Pfluger in that meeting? Because the
Yes.
agenda item, as I go back, and remember, we've seen hundreds of. Yeah,
Believe me,
so-
I totally understand. I had to
So-
go back and pull out information. But
Big-
yes, Pfluger came in that evening. We did the board agenda item. We had a budget, just like what is attached to what you're seeing today. We asked for approval and authority to the superintendent to move forward and negotiate that.
With Pfluger?
Up to
With Pfluger.
5.7 million.
Yeah,
But-
up to.
But with Pfluger?
With Pfluger.
Okay.
Yes, because Robin Popa presented the schematic design for the middle school that night
Okay.
at the board meeting. So
That's good information.
I had to go find it too.
Yeah, like I said,
Because
it's
we
not-
have a lot of board meetings, and it was a year and a half ago, and so I had to go, pull the information out myself. So it's a lot of information that y'all see month after month after month, so I appreciate it. So we can certainly bring back that fee. Now, I will say, we do have an established fee schedule. It is something that probably was originally prepared by Northeast, but it's used by Northeast, Northside, Bernie, Southwest, and Judson. And so it's like if the project size is from A to B, you get 2% as your fee. If it's from B to C, you get 3% as your fee. And it's an established fee schedule. Because obviously, we're all the school districts in this area, they're all looking to do the best thing for the school district and make sure we're getting the best prices. So
Well,
it does exist. I didn't attach it here because I don't really want the public to have it. It is definitely a starting point, yeah.
all right, well.
But we'll still bring it back. I mean, I'm happy to
Dr.
bring it back.
Fields, if we see it again, I'll be satisfied with that, and this information was helpful to know that
Absolutely.
regarding the Pfluger arrangement.
I just want, for a point of clarification, when you say see it again, we're asking for tonight the ability to go back and negotiate up to that price and then maybe move forward. We will bring back what we negotiated, but we would still like to move forward.
That is understood.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
that is understood.
But at the point we bring it back, it's for information.
Information.
Yeah, we
Only at that
won't
point.
approve
Yes.
that, but again.
Absolutely.
Just.
Absolutely.
In full transparency with my
I-
colleagues, I am
right.
looking to adjust policy in this area to kind of strengthen it and obviously work with you guys to make that work.
Yes, sir, I totally understand. It's a lot of money.
Thank you.
I think that when I had pushed request to speak, it was to ask you a clarifying question, Mr. Macias, but I think it got clarified through the discussion, so I don't have any more questions for you, Ms. Keaton. Is
Thank
there
you.
anybody else who has questions? Is there a motion on this item?
I move we approve the ranking of design services for new elementary school number 21.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We'll go on to item C, discussion and possible action regarding approval of design services for district-wide fencing project bond 2023.
Yes, ma'am. The last motion was for the design services of the new elementary school in the north, which was part of Proposition B. The district-wide fencing project is part of Proposition A, which is part of the safety and security. So Helen, would you like to go through that?
Yes, so the reason I'm bringing this to you tonight is we really want to get started on these fencing projects. We did a couple of them last summer, just before school started, in an effort to try and move things forward, like at Kitty Hawk and a couple other campuses. We did it in such a hurry, we didn't hire a designer, nor did we get permits, and we kind of got spanked, even though the authorities having jurisdiction in our area were more than happy to oblige us to go back after the fact and do what we should have done. So this is going to take a little time and some planning, because it's many campuses across the district, and so we're asking to go ahead and give us the authority to get these designs kind of moving forward so that we can see if we can take advantage of next summer to get a lot of this work done and completed before the kiddos come back.
Are there any questions about this item? Okay, is there a motion?
I move we approve the ranking presented for to do this district-wide fencing projects.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And that passes unanimously as well. We'll go on to item D. Consider an approval of an order by the Board of Trustees of the Judson Independent School District authorizing the issuance of its unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2023, levying a continuing district annual ad valorem tax for the payment of the bonds, delegating the authority to certain members of the Board of Trustees and district staff to execute certain documents relating to the sale of the bonds, and authorizing other matters in connection therewith.
I can speak. Mr. Westerman's going to come up, but basically we're asking to go out and start with the sale of 145 million of the bond structure, so we can start to use those funds. We don't want to go out for the entire 345 million, because once you start, I believe, they give you about 3 years to complete each project unless you ask for an extension. So we want to do this in increments, and the first selection would be the 145. So, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Dr. Fields. Madam
sir.
President, members of the board. First, I did, if I may, want to congratulate the recognitions of the individuals tonight. You always have great recognitions. Tonight, specifically the 2 art students. I happen to be one of the 6,000 volunteers at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, and I'm a chairman of one of the committees, and it warms your heart to see the actual deserving students get those awards. So congratulations on that. So tonight is the order authorizing the issuance of the bonds, as Dr. Field mentioned. John Hall and, of course, Mr. Resendez are here from legal counsel on the bond issuance if there's any legal questions. This allows us to continue to move forward in the path we described last month as we go forward with the issuance on the first amount of the bonds, which we are looking to get $145,299,900 specifically to address projects from the 2 propositions. Our current plan is that we would be able to sell the bonds in late January, early February, and have funds delivered to the district in late February or early March, depending upon how it all falls into place going forward. We have started the process, as we discussed, as far as filing the permanent school fund guarantee application. We will receive word on that on December 21st, next week, so we'll know how that goes. There were many applications, obviously, and initial word is it's not going to cover everybody, so we don't know how those rankings are going to fall. But as soon as we hear, we'll start doing analysis on that, and we'll provide some information back to the district as far as how we see that going forward. So that's an unknown at the moment. And we have started on the offering document, which is called the preliminary official statement, and reviewing that with legal counsel, as well as working with the business office, getting the proper information. So things are moving forward. This is your approval for us to go forward again with that first issuance of bonds.
Are there any questions? Ms.
So there
Bichelle?
will be 3 increments, you said, Mr. Westerman?
Well, in talking with the planning group here on the projects, that's our thought right now. It could end up that it gets squeezed into 2 if things move along well, but for right now, that is what our current expectation is.
And for clarification, 145,299,900.
Yes,
Okay,
that's the intent. Yes, that's
Okay.
what we're looking at.
thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dwayne. Mr. Westerman, appreciate that. Now, I know that we're planning to go out for RFQ for underwriters. Is this going to, are they going to come in after the sale of these bonds or
No.
before?
No, sir. So the thought is that RFQ should be going out any day now, and then we will have back to the board at the January meeting an approval of a pool of underwriters that will be used on that first bond sale. And from that pool of underwriters is the firms that would be selected for that sale and for the future sales.
For the remaining 2 that we would end
Yes,
up
sir.
having?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Eaton? Yes, Ms. Eaton.
Okay, so I understand that our reasoning behind, not going, putting in the request for the full amount right away is because there's a time limit. Once we request the money, we have to utilize it within a certain time limit, right? So my question is, how much time do we have to use the money? In other words, what we have left, is there a certain amount of time between now and then that
Sure.
we have to move?
Sure. So, and Mr. Hall can come and correct anything I misstate here. Those rules actually come from tax law. And so what they've tried to do, it's called arbitrage regulations. And what they're trying to do is to prevent issuers from issuing bonds just to have the money to earn the interest on it and sit on it for a while. So they created under the tax code these laws that essentially ask you or require you to spend the majority of the funds, I believe it's 85%, by year number 3 from when you issue the bonds. And then if you don't, you have to go through some additional restrictions and requirements on what you can do with that money as you go forward and just have to record it. It's kind of a record keeping, it's just things that we don't want to do. And in addition, if we sold all of the bonds right now, the interest that we would have to pay on those bonds would require a larger impact on your INS tax rate than what we were indicating to the voters. So it's multiple reasons. Hope you're okay.
It's Mountain Cedar.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yep.
I'm good.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Mr. Westerman, I have a quick question about when we make the motion, do we need to read the full text of this? Or is it, I've read the full text already, but.
There's a
Yeah.
recommended.
Okay,
Yeah, I believe in the packet, there's
Okay.
a motion, there's a.
my packet isn't working very well, so, okay, great. Okay, got it, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt an order authorizing the issuance of Judson Independent School District Unlimited Tax School Building Bonds, Series 2023, pursuant to a delegated sale.
Second?
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. I think it was seconded loudest by Ms. Pichelle, but it was seconded by 4 people. All right, we'll proceed to vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. We'll go on to item E, discussion and possible action regarding approval of CH Local Purchasing and Acquisition and CV Local Facilities Construction.
Yes, ma'am. We wanted to change this local policy to, based on the recommendation of the board, they came back and said that they wanted us to consider the historically underutilized businesses. When we started looking into it, there's almost a certification process. There's not almost, there is a certification process that comes along with historically underutilized businesses. So we wanted to incorporate what they refer to as SWIMBYs, and that's small women, minority-owned businesses and enterprises. So if we were to take that into consideration, then it doesn't require a certification process, but we can use that in the purchases and implementations of the 2023 plan. So going forward, what we're saying is that if we change the language in the policy, CV local and CH local, then we can consider the small women, minority-owned businesses or business enterprises and use that as a criteria in the ranking. When I know in previous board meetings, you guys had said, well, how many points go towards that? Now we'll be able to put points towards it in the ranking.
And how many points would go toward it?
We currently have about 5 points that we're allowing towards it. So we would use that in terms of, do you qualify for one of those? Do you have a certificate? And then if so, then you can get points, added points in those areas, up to 5 points.
Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Macias.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fields,
Yes.
for putting this in there. And I will tell you, during my time with Alamo Colleges, this is an area that I did have a focus on. But the part that was interesting regarding this was the development and mentorship of businesses that would qualify as SWIMBY. Because once businesses get started, they need to be given opportunities. And sometimes they won't qualify on the surface. So this is an opportunity for us at Judson ISD to cultivate talent and help mentor along with other business partners. So there will be some more sophistication, if you will, with it, rather than it just being terminology in our policy and Mr. McQuaid having to go through the ranking of it. So just know there's more to come on this, I think.
Understood.
But the other part that I think is probably just as important is that we incorporate some acknowledgement to local vendors. Because, of course, my goal is to keep tax dollars within our community. So within Judson or within Bexar County, it just makes sense to really leverage those resources at home. Not to say that we would never use anyone across Texas, but to incorporate that language maybe at this time or maybe next month, but to garner that kind of sentiment. And obviously, I'm interested to hear from my colleagues on that. But the local aspect, I think, is a very critical piece as well.
Yes, sir.
Are there other questions or comments? Mr. Diaz.
Dr. Fields, do we have the current infrastructure in procurement to drive all of these requirements right now for all projects?
No, sir, we don't. And I would also say that we were trying to make this a focus of the 2023 bond. The impetus for us looking into this was that when we went out to use these bond funds, that we did it in this fashion. If we were to incorporate this into every purchase, every buy board, everything that we do from here on out, I'm not confident that we're prepared to do that in every capacity. I'd like that we would focus this on the 2023 bond funds going forward and then set up a structure moving forward to implement things like Mr. Macias just brought up the local part. But with the advent of people working from home and being able to do things online, what's local has changed. You may be in Dallas, but have a contingent of local vendors here that can help you out to get things done, but you're not physically in the city. So we'd have to look at that design as well.
Okay. And could you all, so like separating two things, so hubs and hub zones is one thing that require the certifications according to y'all's research, correct?
Correct, and we'd like to move that verbiage to SWIMBY and not necessarily.
And then just-
include the hub. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then it says the small minority and women-owned business enterprises.
Yes, sir.
So focus in on that one.
Yes, sir.
But if we pass policy today across the board, realistically, you all can't implement that policy tomorrow.
When you say across the board, are you asking in all purchases and in every capacity, or are you talking about with the
Let me-
2023 bond?
Yeah, in every capacity. We don't have the capacity, the infrastructure right now.
I'm not confident that we do.
Okay.
No, sir. But with the 2023 bond, going forward, we can make this a requirement. If we were to put this to every paper towel, everything that we purchase going forward, we'd have to do some restructuring in how we go about getting that done that we're currently not implementing.
So as a near-term measure, if we focus in on the 2023 bond, which was kind of part of to your point, part of the impetus here, could staff put together a plan for full
That is the
implementation with Fidelity?
The goal is definitely to move into that going forward, but for now, what we're asking for is a focus on the 2023 bond. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Definitely.
kind of striking hub from it, and then specifically focusing in on 2023. And as part of that, staff would develop a plan for a full implementation of kind of the spirit of what we have discussed.
You are absolutely correct.
Okay. I yield the floor.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Macias?
Yes, and in alignment to what Mr. Diaz had mentioned, there's an organization, Fair Contracting Coalition, the FCC, that is spearheaded by Tommy Calvert, or Mr. Calvert. Obviously, with deep partnerships and relationships with a lot of community business partners, FCC has been doing this for a while, and there may be some input that they could provide our district in terms of some suggestions and ideas, just so that we can move forward. Because as was pointed out now, we don't have the infrastructure. And if we're going to create it, let's create it in the best way possible for the district and working with our departments. So I just wanted to put that out there just as another step forward to make this happen.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions? Mr. Diaz?
Dr. Fields, how long do you think staff needs in order to research and plan out a true system-wide implementation of this policy? Not the 2023 focus, but the broader kind of plan.
I would tell you that I don't want to sit up here and guess it. I would ask that you give me an opportunity to go back and speak to the purchasing department, speak to the facilities department, speak to technology, and say, hey, how can we do this across the board, and then come back with a recommendation at a later date. But it would be an injustice if I just threw something out there and then they say, what are you talking about?
Okay.
I'm glad that we're making some steps. I think it's important to acknowledge that we're not going as far as maybe we would have hoped to go. But that, and $300 million worth of purchasing is not small from our bond, but I think it's a step in the right direction. So I'm supportive of the policy as it is, even if it feels like it's not quite where we had envisioned it being. Are there any questions or a motion?
I move that we accept the CH local purchasing and acquisition and the facilities construction.
Just point of clarification, because we're going to have to change the actual language.
Yes, sir. I'm striking through some of this.
So we'll change policy language, so let's just take a look at that real quick. Right, because if we approve, to Ms. Michelle's motion, if we approve it, we're approving the language that we need to alter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because that's what's in here?
So the district shall consider to partner with small women, minority-owned business enterprises in the contracting activities of the 2023 bond in accordance with?
In accordance with administrative regulations.
Correct.
And small women minority-owned
Correct.
business and enterprises shall be afforded an equitable opportunity to compete for district contracts regarding the 2023 bond.
Thank you.
So you make the motion, Mr. Diaz.
As discussed,
As
we can do that one? All right, so I motion to approve, thank you. I motion to approve item 5D, policy change to CH and CV local as discussed.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And that has been approved unanimously. We'll go on to item F, discussion and possible action regarding approval of inductees for the 2022 Civic and Athletic Hall of Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Tagenall will come up and speak about the process and the selections.
Got a cramp.
Hello, good evening. I'm very excited to bring this item to you all today. We did have our Hall of Honor selection committees meet back in December, back on December 6th. We have two separate committees for the Hall of Honor. Our civic committee includes the superintendent or a designee, in this case, Dr. Fields sat in, 2 community members, 2 staff members, and 4 student representatives that are representatives from the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. So those members met. We reviewed 10 candidates, so we had 10 nominees for this honor, and the committee recommends 1 individual to be inducted in the Civic Hall of Honor, Miss Mary Helen Massey Williams. A little bit about Miss Massey Williams. She's a longtime resident of Judson ISD. She raised 3 daughters that are Judson High School graduates. She's dedicated many years of service to the community as a volunteer, a 14-year sponsor for Project Graduation, and also served as a board member of our Jeff Foundation. So if she is approved tonight by the board, we will honor her at the Jeff Gala on February 17th, and you will learn a little bit more about her accomplishments that evening. We also met with our athletic selection committee. The setup for that committee is the superintendent or designee, 2 community members. We had 2 representatives from the athletic department and our 3 comprehensive high school principals. We had 8 nominees for this particular Hall of Honor, and the selection committee would like to recommend 2 individuals for this honor. We had a lot of very, very talented candidates, but our selection committee would like to recommend these 2 because of their outstanding work, and I'll tell you a little bit about them both. Charles Ford is our first recommendation. He was a track athlete and basketball player, and these are some of his accolades. He was state champion high jump twice, state runner-up basketball, newcomer of the year, second team all-district, first team all-district, first team all-district, first team all-regional, first team all-state, St. Mary's Conference champion, part of that team, 1993, 94, and then 1995-96, and he currently holds 6th in rebounds and 5th in steals in the St. Mary's record books. But in addition to his athletic accolades, he is also a strong community volunteer, a mentor for young children, and according to many letters of recommendation, strong relationship builder within his community. So we're excited to present that name to you. And then our second recommendation for the Athletic Hall of Honor is Julie Harris. She probably would have been more known as Julie Lewis. She has many athletic accolades as well. She was head coach for the 1996 Belize Olympic team and assistant coach in 1999 Indoor World Track and Field Championship team for USA. She placed third in the exhibition event for the triple jump at the 1988 Olympic trials. She was a member of 3 NCAA championship teams for LSU and earned All-American honors. Julie won multiple district track and field titles for Judson in the long, triple jumps, 100-meter hurdles, 4x100 meter, and 4x200 meter relays. Julie was a member of the Texas High School Association All-Star for track and field, 4-time SEC conference champion in track and field, set the City of San Antonio record in the 100-meter hurdles in 1984, and part of a team that has set the world record in the indoor 4x6-yard shuttle hurdle relay. In addition, she is a champion for underrepresented and marginalized businesses, people, and communities, and she does a lot of work in her hometown in Louisiana. And so we bring you these names in hopes that you approve our recommendations, and we will notify them tomorrow by phone and also a letter from the district by mail. And then we will also contact the people who nominated them to thank them for putting in the work to nominate such incredible people. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Tagenard, for your work.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say I support these 3 names. Anybody that knows anything, if anybody knows anything about the history of Judson ISD, they would agree that these 3 people are very deserving. And I support the decision made by each of the selection committees.
And to add to that, there was a lot of really rich discussion with those committees about just that and how their work and what these 3 individuals have done really represents what Judson Family is really all about, even the students. So very proud of the recommendations this evening.
Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Kenoyer.
I'd just like to thank the committee, the 2 committees who undertook to go through the applications and think about each individual and how they met the particular requirements. So I thank them for giving their time for this.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President.
Yes.
That we accept the Hall of Honor inductees that have been selected, recommended.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. Run, Mr. Macias. Okay, walk fast. I'm teasing you. All right, that has been approved unanimously, and many congratulations to Ms. Massey Williams, Mr. Ford, and Ms. Harris.
Thank you.
All right. We will go on to item G, discussion and possible action regarding safety and security purchases related to Bond 2022.
I believe that the paperwork was submitted in the board book. If there were questions specifically about the items, we'd ask that we could discuss those in closed session so we don't have it out there. There's some pretty sensitive items that are going to be purchased with those funds. Are there any questions? Do we need to?
Are there questions, or is someone comfortable making a motion without discussion?
No, I
It's
have
fine to
questions.
You have some questions?
I have
Okay.
questions.
We'll move this then to closed.
I don't know if my question is a closed
Okay.
session question. It's not deliberate about anything in the plan.
Okay.
It's on the outskirts. So my question is that a lot of information is in here.
Ms. Goss.
Did we talk to the police chief, our police department, and did we include any other personnel that would be involved with safety in this discussion? Because I think it's all coming from technology, but I don't know if there was a collaboration. So I'm trying to get a better sense on this, if there was some input from our police officers.
So I'm coming up here instead of Mrs. Gosh because I did work with the police department, both the officers and chief, on the camera selection and how that works. We actually gave you all the numbers so that it's completely transparent, both the bidding process and something that we weren't able to say, and this tonight's presentation kind of helps that. The lowest bidder is Bloom on that. They are not able to do the installation of this, so they're actually partnering with Bulldog Security. You're passing it to me. So they're actually partnering with Bulldog Security, which is a minority-owned, veteran-owned business here in San Antonio. And he's done the previous installs for the security stuff.
I know that we'll talk about it on another item, but I'd like to just know that we did have our police chief, our police officers involved in the process, along with our safety director, which I think is Mr. Hernandez, in terms of evaluating the need. What I'm trying to avoid is having a siloed mentality on a process that could and should incorporate a broader mixture in addressing safety for our students and for our staff.
Absolutely, and you'll notice that there's actually two separate, there's one on top and one on bottom. Those are two different cameras.
Sure.
And I brought both of those here because the police department actually wanted to be able to zoom in a little bit more, so that bottom number, those cameras are actually 3x3, so they can optically zoom in 3 times, and then they can digitally zoom in another 3 times. So that was some of the feedback that the officers gave me. They love them. They've made many busts with them, but those were some things that they were on the wish list.
Okay, and Dr. Fields, did you get a report or of input regarding that, or?
I have not received a
Just-
report
you
from the
dealt with that?
input from Mr. Hernandez or Chief Ramon, but Mr. Fields was the one who processed this and put it in along with Ms. Gosh. So if they're saying that they went back, I can go back and see what their sentiments were or what their add-ons were, but.
No, I have to.
Chief is here if you
No,
want
no, I was going to, I try to be respectful.
Yes, sir.
Keep it to you, Dr. Field.
Understood.
But I'll just divert. But Police Chief, I think your input was part of this process, I suspect?
On the body camera system and in a small section of the zooming part of the camera system. But as far as placing, et cetera, we were not part of that, sir.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Eden.
I'm sorry, Chief. Could you come up, please? You said, I just want to make sure I understood what you said. You're saying that you all were a part of, say that again.
Of the body cam,
Yes, ma'am.
and the part of the 3x3 zooming for the filming of the zooming of where we
Yes,
needed
ma'am.
our cameras to be placed.
Yes.
So we could have a better view, so we can get almost a picture of a cell phone or a letter that's in their hand,
Yes, ma'am.
so that we could put 2 and 2 together. So those are the only 2 things that we were involved in.
Okay, but you weren't involved in the actual placement of the cameras around our facilities.
No, ma'am.
But your department is the one that's out there doing the legwork on site.
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing where things need to be.
Yes.
So I'm a little confused as to why you all were not in on that.
So we're hoping this year, once those things take place, that we get to work with our IT department, because there are certain areas where we need our cameras placed, and we're hoping that that's going to take place here pretty soon.
If I could interject, based on the question that you asked, Mr. Macias, and your feedback, Ms. Eden, I'd ask that we just table this, and then we'll go back and determine whether or not they worked with each other.
Well, and
Because it's more than just the cameras, there's 2 other safety purchases in this process as well. So Ma'am?
So can I
What'd you
go, I did speak with some of the officers on placement, and there's actually an increase of a little over 300 cameras to get some of the areas that may be lacking in view. That being said, Jennifer Schultz is our security camera personnel, and she will be working with Chief and the officers that are located at those schools to make sure that they see everything, because obviously they are there and they get to see what is missing more than we do.
Well, and I do appreciate that. All of that will still come forward. It's just too important, and we're going to spend a lot of money on these cameras as well. I would feel better just having a one step. And plus, we're not going to do very much between now and Christmas break and start of January. So I think there's time, and if Dr. Fields is comfortable with it.
So the only thing I will say is the licensing of the cameras has an increase because of the wonderful world we're in. And that will increase $1,500 per camera.
Well, I mean, is that, I don't want to be, what's the word? I don't want to make a decision based on fear, because that's the worst type of
100%.
decision. And is there actual documentation that states that there will be a $1,500 increase per camera? That sounds excessive. We may need to figure a different camera. Anyway, I'll go with Dr. Fields' recommendation, and I'll move the table until next month, only till January. So.
Well, so I'd requested to speak before the motion was made,
Oh,
but.
I'm sorry.
So I think my question is, the price increase, what is the timeline on that?
So that is actually coming up in January.
January 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. So if we don't move now, then there's a price increase.
And I'm just saying that because like I said, I like to be transparent with everything,
Right.
but I also want you to know that if we come back in January, price is obviously going to be different than what you're seeing now. And I don't want that to be a sticker shock thing.
And is the placement of the cameras something that can be negotiated afterwards and collaborated on after the purchase?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And like I said, so the cameras that are there is going to be the priority of replacing the cameras that we have with these. And then the extra 300 that we've purchased will be up to the police department to make sure that we get those areas covered.
Is that something you're comfortable with, Chief?
Absolutely.
Okay. Dr. Fields, do you still want
Not
the
at
table?
all.
Or okay.
If they are comfortable, we should move.
Okay, so we can keep moving with the discussion. That's all the questions I had, and Ms. Kenoyer is next.
I just wanted to say that I don't want to table this. I want us to move forward so that we can get started getting these, because I assume that things are going to take time to come in as well, supply chain issues. And I know for a fact that technology and PD are going to collaborate on this to make sure that we do our due diligence and have the coverage that we need.
So I'd like to comment on that. One of the things that I did go back and ask is what would the timeline be? The camera system that we're purchasing, they have it all set aside. So there will be no latency in receiving that. And the vendor that we choose, if we choose the lowest bidder, has a 4-month install. So all the cameras will be installed within 4 months.
All right, next is Ms. Eaton.
Thank you, Madam President. My concern is to make sure that Chief Ramones, that you're spearheading this as far as the placement, because your officers are the ones that are out there on the campuses and know where things go. I understand that the technology piece is needed for it all to function. And then my other question would be, if there's another situation that we had, like when we were hacked, are these those parts of the issues, are those things that we need to talk about in closed session? Okay, so definitely, because I have a couple of questions, but I really feel that they're closed closed session questions and answers that should be privy to the board, the team of 8. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz.
Just to clarify, Dr. Fields, the delineation between, I guess, safety and security, which is headed by Mr. Hernandez, and PD, like, whose realm is what? Whose swim lane is which?
Mr. Hernandez is the Director of Safety and Security for the district. That currently falls under the Technology Department. Chief is the Chief of Police for the district. So it's worked in collaboration with each other. My only concern was that the question was originally, have they collaborated? When Chief came up, she didn't give the sense that they had collaborated. I wanted to go back and check. If both of them are comfortable going forward, and to Ms. Kenoria's point, we want to get down the road in terms of purchasing some of these things, then definitely I would recommend that we move ahead. I will make clarification on the other stuff.
Got it. And then, so like, for example, body cameras are a tool that PD uses only, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
So, but IT is the procuring agent?
Because it's technology, yes, sir.
So every piece of technology in the district goes through technology
Yes,
for procurement?
yes, sir. Yeah, this is not body cameras.
This
just to
purchase is
clarify.
not for body cameras, so I
Okay.
want to make that very clear. We haven't gone for bid or worked with PD on the body cameras yet. That will be something that we will be doing over the next
Right.
month or so.
But as an example, when it does.
This is facility cameras like the ones we have in this
Correct.
room that will be
As an
replaced,
example,
not
when
the
it
body
does.
cameras.
Okay. As just for context, as an example, when it does, PD uses it, IT is the one that procures it.
Yes, sir.
And PD is the managing committee on the selection of body cams?
Yes, sir, which we already have a quote that we submitted for bond
Okay.
purposes.
All right. I was just trying to delineate who does what. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Macias.
So just getting back to the $1,500 per camera in January 1st. So if we pass this today, you've already identified a business partner, a vendor for signing into a contract. Is that correct?
So you have all the numbers there. We
So
thought that it was going
that's
to be
yes?
the lowest bid, so yes, sir.
Okay, because my point is, tomorrow is the 17th of December. We're closing our 16th. We're going to be closed. So there will be, in my opinion, no negotiations if we're closed, which means we wouldn't come back until after January. So I just want to understand how that's going to work. Dr. Fields or Matt or anybody, how are we ensuring that we're getting this done? Because what I don't want is, again, that fear thing to be part of it. We shouldn't be over here being told, hey, you don't do this, you're going to, no. So now I want clarification because you opened that up.
Well, and again, that was not for fear, that was just
Well,
so that
you're-
you're knowing transparently there's going to be a difference in
Well,
cost.
tell me when that
impact.
contract will be signed. Will it be signed in January? Will you call them tomorrow, and will it be signed tomorrow? When and how will that work? Because you did say January 1st was a $1,500 increase.
So I can answer as far as the
Thank you.
contract itself
Thank you.
goes. So in terms of getting the board approval, typically what we do the following day is we go ahead and work through the process of awarding it by putting the purchase order in, providing the contract to Mr. McQuaid, and going through the process of having that contract signed. So that would be our goal tomorrow, so that the items could potentially go ahead and be ordered by the vendor so that we could get that in process so that they could get here. So that would ensure the locking in of the actual cost that you see. If we tabled until the January board meeting, we would just have to readjust the costs based on the increased prices. So you would be seeing different prices. I think that's the main reason that we brought up the change in price, is that if we're bringing you a price that you're seeing right now, and then in 30 days it goes up a larger amount, we wanted you to be aware of what that would look like. But in terms of moving forward with the contract, if the board gave approval for it tonight, we would go through the process of seeing about getting that signed tomorrow. And if it didn't happen, it didn't happen. But most of our vendors do work with us, knowing that and this is a vendor that we have used for other projects that the board has approved. And so we would certainly be in communications with them in terms of working with them through that process.
Well, Dr. Fields, I'm comfortable if you're comfortable with it, but
I would say, based on the discussion that I just heard, I'm comfortable going forward. Again, I will make the clarification of the collaboration.
Well, I'd like you to pull it back if we end up paying $1,500 more per. So in January, when you see this, I definitely, if this is what you're telling me.
I absolutely agree with you.
I
If we
want
approve this tonight.
rescinded or whatever we have to do, because we're not going to do that. We'll go back and renegotiate.
Absolutely.
But the other part of this is just to emphasize the fact that I'd like to have our safety and our police officers involved in the collaboration with technology going forward, and I can agree with that too. If that happens, it's all better. So we're all on the same team. So
Yes, sir.
I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before anybody makes a motion, my understanding, Ms. Eaton, is that you have some questions that you want to ask in closed session before we vote on this item. Is that correct?
No.
No?
I do, but it won't have any bearing
On the vote?
the
Okay.
vote.
Okay.
Because they're just security types.
Got it. Okay.
And
We
I
do
know
have an item
with
around
Chief
security.
being in charge of security and safety.
Yep. Okay.
that- Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure before we
Yes,
proceeded.
ma'am, I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Okay. Were there any other questions? Is there a motion then? I move that we, I move that we proceed as recommended for the safety and security purchases related to the 2022 bond.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And that passes unanimously. We'll go on to item H, discussion and possible action regarding approving a memorandum of understanding for the standard response protocol with the I Love You Guys Foundation. Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Hernandez is going to come up and speak to the standard response protocol. Not so much on where we are now, he'll go over that, but a possibility of what we can go into in a new program or a program being used by other ISDs that we're recommending. Mr. Hernandez?
I have one slide to present. Let me get there. Okay. Good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Fields. I'm here tonight to speak on the Memorandum of Understanding with the I Love You Guys Foundation. Let me give you a little bit of background on the I Love You Guys Foundation. This is an organization that was started by a gentleman by the name of John Michael Keyes. Mr. Keyes had a daughter by the name of Ella, I believe. Emily, that's correct. Emily was a student at Platte Canyon High School in Colorado. And in 2006, she was part of a dire situation at the campus. On that day of this incident, herself and her colleagues and students were under siege, and they were being held at gunpoint by a gunman. So during the whole ordeal, Emily was texting her parents back and forth, giving them a play-by-play on what was happening. The last text that she sent before she was shot was, "I love you guys." So that brings on the name of this organization. Now, Mr. Keyes took on the research of helping school districts on how to respond to emergency situations, like the one that was that his daughter was in. He established relationships with the FBI, with FEMA, with Homeland Security, with the U.S. Secret Service, and many other local law enforcement agencies to establish what we have brought to you today. So this is a sample of the standard response protocols that are prescribed by the I Love You Guys Foundation, along with the standard response standard reunification method. Now, the standard reunification method is a system that we are currently working with to establish an alternate location. If one of our campuses is no longer deemed safe in the situation, we would transport all our students to that location and then reunify those students with their parents effectively using this method. Now, the Memorandum of Understanding that you have before you would establish a relationship with Judson ISD to use the resources provided by the I Love You Guys Foundation in terms of their trainings, their videos, posters, placards, IDs, word art, signage, and many other resources completely free of charge. Now, by signing this memorandum of understanding, you would allow us to move forward in educating our students, our employees, our police department, our community, and our parents in a system used by over 330 schools here in the greater San Antonio area, and also 30,000 other schools and law enforcement agencies throughout the country. Now, what we have here on the slide is the standard response protocol. So currently we are operating under 4 emergency responses at Judson ISD. We have a perimeter lockdown, a shelter in place, and an evacuation. Those are the 4 responses that we ask campuses to go under in terms of an emergency situation. We don't want them to think too much. We want them to act and act quickly. So what this system prescribes, very similar to what we're using now. So you see that there is a shelter that will be used when there's imminent danger coming to the campus in terms of weather, in terms of noxious gas, anything that could call for a shelter. They also has evacuate that will be used in terms of a situation like a fire. Also, you see lockdown right there. That's synonymous with what we're using as well. Now, the one thing where it differs is that a perimeter lockdown is split into 2 different responses using this method. We have a hold. Now, as in my experience as a campus administrator, we would do this all the time. We would say, hey, I need everybody to hold your kids, make sure that nobody's in the hallways, something's happening in the hallways, and we want to make sure that everybody's safe before we transition. It could be EMS needs to get in there and help somebody out. It can be a spill that needs to be cleaned up. So we just hold kids in class. Now, the other part, the secure, that looks a lot more like our perimeter lockdowns. Now, what we're using currently, I'm here to tell you, it works. It works. Our campuses are responding effectively. They are following protocols and procedures marvelously, and I'm very proud to say that. The reason why we're presenting this to you now is because we believe that this protocol and this system would take us to the next level. We want to level up because we want to make sure that we are working in partnership with our LEAs, our law enforcement agencies, because they are trained similarly to use these protocols and to understand what's happening inside the building when we call a hold, when we call a lockdown, when we call a shelter. So we are asking you to consider and sign this memorandum of understanding so that we can move forward and help our kids. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
questions? Ms. Michelle, and then Ms. Eaton.
So, should we approve this? How soon would the new verbiage be used instead of
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
lockdown?
Yes, ma'am. So
how would it start, like next semester?
So we've been working hand in hand with Dr. Taganot and her communications department to establish a rollout in terms of training, not just the staff and the kids. We want the community to know what's happening.
I see.
Because we don't want the confusion when we're calling a lockdown where parents are out there asking about their kids. We want them to understand, hey, you know what? We have 3,200 kids here that we have to account for, make sure they're safe before we release them to you. So we are thinking that we should be ready to go by the start of the next school year.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton, you had a question?
Yes, and I know, excuse me, this is on me for not knowing. As far as the reunification process, well, no, we're not even gonna get there yet. Okay. I've been really surprised at how many little kids walk past me at Shaw Elementary. They have cell phones. So when something happens, the first thing they start doing is texting mommy and daddy. And we want parents to know, without a doubt that, we're on our game and that we're doing, and I know we are. But how are we getting that information to the parents? When are we presenting that to them as to what the steps are? When are they notified of when and where the unification process will take place? How? Because I know the phone lines just start lighting up, and the district the schools can only take so many calls at a time. And during a lockdown or whatever we're doing, we can't have somebody just sitting there answering the phone because everybody has a job.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are we doing to get the information to the parents so that they know, hey, I know this is what's going to happen.
Yes,
I know this is where I can go to see my kid. So everybody's not coming to the school at one time, which then allows the staff to be able to do their job. and get the children safely to where they need to be or the situation handled and under control.
Yes, ma'am. So what I'm hearing you ask is, how are we getting this information out to parents during a reunification situation? Is that correct?
Yes.
So one thing that we're working on in my department, and I'm a department of one, what I'm working on is, is that we are establishing memorandums of understanding with several faith-based organizations that will allow us to use their space during a reunification situation. So what would happen is, let's say, and I'm just going to throw Judson Middle out there. If there's a situation where Judson Middle would be deemed unsafe during an emergency situation, we would relocate them possibly to Maranatha Bible Church. Now, within the time frame of us making that decision and the kids being transported, the communications department is already setting up a remote location where they are providing information to the community in conjunction with the local law enforcement agencies and their superiors to make sure that we have a unified message out, not only to the media, but to our parents, and to let them know, hey, these are the processes that we're going to go, that are going to be in place when you go pick up your child. So by then, what happens is that the local law enforcement agencies will already have blocked off streets, made sure kids are moving safely. So within minutes, parents are going to know exactly where to go and what to do.
Okay. And so that way, say I had a child at Judson Middle, if something happened, and once the school has received whatever all clear that they need, if need be, the kids are moved over to Maranatha, then the parents know instead of coming to the school to go over to Maranatha to get their child,
Correct.
right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we are not telling parents to go to the school if that school is already being deemed not safe.
Okay.
We're going to let parents know, please go towards, use the 1604 entrance to the Maranatha Bible Church. That way we're flowing traffic accordingly so that local law enforcement can greet them properly and move the traffic flow accordingly.
Okay. And just one more thing that I had asked about a little while ago. Have we gotten to a point yet, because we're in so many different, our school district is split up into different cities, municipalities, thank you, that word. Have we gotten to a point yet where we're doing some cross-training and they're familiar with our school layout and,
Yes, ma'am, we are sharing our maps, our facility maps. When we do our lockdown drills, we have the outside agencies, those 7 entities that we coincide with. We have them come and assist us during our lockdown drills so that they can get familiar with our schools. We also welcome them to walk the premises, shake hands, train in our facilities. So all that is taking place.
Okay, I really like that. I think it's important because I know one of the, we had a situation, not our school district, but in one of our unfortunate situations that's happened in the past, is that the person involved in it told the child that he was a police officer. So that I want our children to be familiar with the face. I know they are not going to have time to visit our schools every day, but enough that at least our staff, at least our teachers know, oh, he's from Schertz, he's from Kirby, he's from Universal City or she, so that at least our staff will know and can tell a child it's okay, it's safe. I know who that person, I'm familiar. I know they are really a police officer.
Yes, ma'am, it has. And we also have our memorandum of understanding with each agency. So those have been filed again. So we make sure that we periodically have those signatures every year.
Yes, Ms. Pichelle.
Thanks, Mr. Hernandez. I think this is going to be good. I just would like to know from Dr. Fields and from you, Mr. Hernandez, that you guys please address that concern that parent had during Citizens.
Understood.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Canoyer.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez and I serve on the District Safety Committee as the board representatives there, and I just want to commend Mr. Hernandez for the very thorough job he's implemented in our response protocols. We sat there with members of law enforcement agencies that we have those MOUs with, and they were highly complimentary of the plan that's moving forward, and I just want to reassure all the all my fellow board members who weren't in those meetings, what a good job we're doing. We're not rushing into anything. It's being very thoughtful, and that there is a plan in place to roll this out to all staff members as well as the community. And thank you again, Mr. Hernandez. It's a good job.
Thank you.
Are there any other?
I just, one more concern and I'm done, I promise. As far as the district goes, are we doing some cross-training with the teachers, especially for our SPED students, so that, you know, some of them need assistance and stuff? I know they do have the training, but, you know, teachers, other teachers that don't even work in that area, so that they are familiar with, I watched Pashal go through one of their lockdowns, and I loved the way the teachers knew the other teachers, the students knew the other teachers in the other kindergarten classes, and they could trust them, and they knew to trust them, so that our SPED students will feel that same level of comfort if something were to occur.
I can address that question. Yes, ma'am. So the individuals that you mentioned in your question are actually written into the plan so that the whole campus knows this child needs this type of assistance. We are cognizant that some children may not speak the language, so then we provide that service to those students as well. Any student that is hard of hearing as well is part of the plan. So every kid that needs something a little different is actually written into each campus plan.
Thank you, sir, very much. And thank you for all the hard work that you've put into this Department of One.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments or a motion?
I move we approve the memorandum of understanding between Judson Independent School District and the I Love You Guys Foundation for the use of the Standard Response Protocol.
A second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote.
Thank you.
That item passes unanimously. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to item 6, discussion items and reports. Item A is intruder detection security audit.
This was in response to us being notified that we were going to be inspected by TEA, and we received several of those inspections, and we were going to provide a report on those inspections to the board.
So we have had 3 of the intruder inspections that have taken place since our last board meeting at Woodlake Hills Middle School, Veterans High School, as well as JLA. And so we received those reports. There were minor findings at those campuses, and we can discuss more of that in closed session.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have a question. Sorry. So is Chief Ramon involved in the reports, or do they come just to technology, or do they go to Chief and y'all get together on them, or?
So the reports that come in from the intruder audits, typically it is Mr. Hernandez that meets them at the sites. They give us one sheet of paper that stays at the campuses, and all of that information is shared with Chief and the other individuals that are involved in the security group. There's typically an officer at the campus, but the audit is done just by an individual, and a lot of times they don't really announce it necessarily. They tell us the week before that they're going to come, then they show up, and they actually do us the courtesy of allowing a phone call to be made so that someone can walk with them from the district level so that we can keep that information being passed forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? We can also ask questions in closed session on that one. Item B, board quarterly self-evaluation. So what I wanted to do here is not necessarily engage in the self-evaluation right in this moment, but remind us of the instrument that we've agreed to use, and then make a suggestion about this one. So we had actually, this was supposed to be on our November board meeting, or according to the monitoring calendar, we moved it to December. But actually with the superintendent search, one suggestion that Patricia made when we were talking was actually this could be a good opportunity as a board to revisit our intentions of how we want to operate as a board, and then think also about the ways in which we want to grow and improve. And that might actually be a really good discussion to have in conjunction with developing the leadership profile for the superintendent, and have that reflective process be a springboard for us to think about how do we want to work with the superintendent that we select. And so I'm suggesting that once we approve the search firm that we will use, sorry, it's starting to get past my bedtime. Once we approve the search firm that we are going to use, that we include the self-evaluation in one of those early meetings when we're talking about the leadership profile. And so wanted to just hear from board members how they felt about that plan. And then also say that in the meantime, so between now and January, if everybody could take some time to revisit that instrument, I can also have Betty resend the rubrics that we use. So you remember what was in our board book was just the scoring sheet that we use for ourselves, but there were actual rubrics where we assigned points, and I can have Betty resend that as well. But what did people think of that plan, including that in one of our early meetings with the vendor in January? Yes? Okay, great. All right, we will do that, and once we have that date set, then we'll just understand that we bring that. Okay, we'll move on to item C, update on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. And this is where I'll call on each person. Ms. Pichelle, do you want to go first?
Well, there was a scheduled legislative committee, and nobody showed up but me. So there was, there was no meeting. I just need to collaborate with the other two members of the committee to find out when we should get together again. That's it.
Thank you. Along those lines, I believe there's a scheduled advocacy day for board members that I heard about on February 21st at the legislative session. So that's going to be a designated day, I believe, for school board members across the state to go to Austin. So just wanted to put that on the committee's radar for you. Mr. Macias, do you have any updates?
Yes, we did have our internal audit committee meeting, and it was a lot of very good discussion, but in terms of the relevance and timeline, we're going to come back in January with a request to post for an employee and discuss salary and scope of work for this future employee. So it'll be part of our discussion on the January agenda. And then, of course, we discussed a little more in detail about contingencies, but one step first. Let's see how we talk about this in January. It was a good meeting. Anything else, Mr. Diaz, on that?
Now we're having legal review, the job description, local policy, legal policy, and then we all shared a sample charter that will eventually be the instrument or the North Star that guides that department's work. So in January, after legal reviews it, we'll bring it forward for everybody's consumption and then eventual vote.
Thank you.
And I also want just to add that we've had several Judson Foundation meetings, and they've been very well attended, and I think we're going to have a really good year. But naturally, we also have gotten the information about the gala that's coming up, and so if you haven't, we'll make sure you get it. But a lot of good stuff.
Mr. Diaz.
Nothing to report.
Ms. Knoyer.
I already shared a little bit about the safety committee. I went to the Jingle Bell Jamboree that the foundation held and was able to see some of our wonderful student performers. And I've also attended a few other events, athletic and fine arts events at some of the campuses. But other than that, nothing.
Ms. King.
Yes, I also attended the Jingle Bell Jamboree, and it was very nice to be able to see the different student performances and to see all the different vendors. So it was a very good turnout, and I was just very happy to be able to make that. I also did attend the first committee meeting for the internal audit committee, and we had a great discussion, and I'm just excited to see where we'll go with this. Also, we had our first innovation committee meeting that was right after the break from Thanksgiving break. And that was November 28th. And so during that meeting, we were able to establish meeting dates for the rest of the year. And I believe that is posted on the Office of Innovation website. Okay, and so those dates, and it's open to the public, those dates are February 13th, March 6th, and April 10th. And again, for those that do not know the purpose for this committee, it is to explore current innovative schools, systems, and campuses across the city, state, and nation, and to see how we here at Judson are providing equity and long-term outcomes for students. And so during the school year, we will be visiting schools in this new year. And so we do have some schools that will be, districts that will be visiting in this coming new year, such as Edgewood ISD and Crawley ISD, and just to basically see their setup with their innovation schools and how they operate. So that is open. Also during the meeting, Ms. Davis, our district chief innovation officer, recapped a little bit on in-depth presentation that she gave to our board right before the Thanksgiving break. And basically the Office of Innovation is applying for the School Action Fund grant through TEA and for the following eligible campuses, and that included Woodlake Hills Middle School, Kirby Middle School, Candlewood Elementary, and Spring Meadows Elementary. And so those award notifications will be made in late March. And it was very good to be able to see the different principals there from the different campuses. Mr. Brooks was there from Woodlake Hills Middle School and was able to kind of share with us regarding the Leadership Academy and some things that he's doing there at the campus, and also Ms. Diaz at Candlewood regarding the STEM program focusing on environmental literacy. And also it was great to see Ms. Garza, and she was able to share regarding Coronado Elementary, the dual language, her campus, and some exciting things that they're doing there. So, and regarding to the Innovation Committee, there is no budget. And, personnel is a need. And also things that are, can be a need, such as uniforms for STEP team, marketing and commercials, and also any type of high-quality instructional material could be a need in the future.
Thank you. Ms. Eaton.
Okay, I have attended the Wobble Gobble in November. That was great, and a fantastic dinner afterwards. Made that icing on that cake excellent. And also, Pashal had their Christmas program last night. My grandson, the third grader, he was going to sing in that, but his tummy kind of got shook up at the last minute. I think it was stage fright. But the children did an excellent job. I love seeing the little kids do things. But aside from that, we just, have our regular training coming up for my committees.
Thank you. I attended the Innovation Committee, and Ms. King gave a very thorough overview of that. And I also attended the Safety and Security meeting, or committee meeting with Ms. Knoyer earlier this month as well. And I also was at the Jingle Bell Jamboree for a little bit and had a great time. So thank you. That is all of that. So we'll go on. The board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Item 7A, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments. Director of Maintenance. Item B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, attorney consultation regarding legal issues related to potential anticipated or pending construction litigation and construction issues. Item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072, consultation with legal counsel regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Item D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding intruder detection, security audit, and security devices. Item E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues pertaining to the redistricting process of the trustee single-member districts resulting from the 2020 census. And item F, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussion regarding district employee staffing issues, including employment and duties of employees. The time is now 8:19, and we will go into closed session. Thank you. All right, the board will now reconvene in open session. The time is 10:08 PM. No final action, decision, or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Something is beeping at me, though. I think it's this little timer. I bumped it. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, moving on to items 8, consider and take possible action regarding items discussed in closed session. Item A, consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, including the director of maintenance. Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the personnel report as discussed in closed session.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. That item passes unanimously. Item 8B, no action needed. Item 8C, also no action. And item D, consider and take possible action regarding the redistricting process of the trustee single-member district maps resulting from the 2020 census and proposed community meeting dates.
I move we approve the redistricting process as discussed in closed session and approve the proposed community meeting dates.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. We'll proceed to vote. And that item passes unanimously as well. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 10:10. Back into open session.